Get this out of here. For everybody, that's my members only email, and if everybody doesn't have a Proton Mail, well, I guess it doesn't matter if Monograph's right? Huh. There's my regular email. If anybody has anything to send me, they can send it to the email. If you don't have a wrench, I know most of you don't have wrenches, but Hot does. I'm pretty sure I'll be bringing everything to you guys. My rendition of the Cult of the Black Cube. The Cult of the Black Cube. Now, the whole mud flood frequency, false flag, nuclear war, second coming of the mushroom, Christ, and everything. I want to make clear to you guys. Now, this is going to go on into the wee hours of the morning, guys. So if you're not prepared for a late night, I've got my earphones in. Can everybody hear me? Let's see who we got here. We got Hot, Grant, Green Eyes, and Melissa. Melissa, I haven't seen you in a while. Grant, welcome to the channel. Okay, we're going to get rid of chat here. Well, hold on. Let's take a vote. What do you guys want to do first? You want to do the esoteric decodes? You want the technological information? You want to do the gematria and the sigils and the angel names? Let's take a vote. What would you guys like? The military side of it? I've got everything worked out. I worked it all out last night, guys. I was on a Zoom call with Cool Guitar Gear, Brian Johnston, today, informing him of some pretty pertinent things. Let's see. I'm just going to get rid of these two music things. Let's start out with the weather. How about that? Weather. If I can fix my font here. Damn. Got that all screwed up, don't I? That's better, I think. Okay. Start out with the weather. Excuse me if you can hear me breathing. I'm going to have to turn that other font off too. There we go. This is the wind. Oh, I need to pull null school up. Null school. Quick. Okay, so we see those vortexes. Excuse me 1 second while I get Restream chat up so I can see you guys talking as I'm screen sharing here. Oh, shit. Are you serious? Okay. Okay. Alrighty. Now I can see you guys talking. Extreme forecast. Temperature, rain, cold weather. Thunder. We want to look at the GFS. Maybe make it go faster if possible. Give it a chat here. I guess I should check chat. What are you guys saying here? Sharon, Tori, welcome to the channel, Sharon. Welcome to Mission Control. Well, Grant, you ex-military, is that correct? I'm sorry this is going so slow right here, but let me see if I can speed it up. Where is it at? Should be under my bar here somewhere. We'll just drag it. How about that? Until we see it's Sunday. There's a system. It looks pretty clear all week, pretty much, unless you live up in Maine and stuff. And then around Thursday and Friday, the system blows in from the west, goes up to the north, and then I get hit, or it blows up on top of me. Let's see what the ECF does. We're just checking the weather real quick before we get into things, into the real mind-blowing stuff. Oh, that looks nasty right there, Sunday night. That doesn't really cover it good, like the ECW. I like the fear porn of the ECMWF. That looks nasty, guys. Tornadoes, Sunday night, Monday morning. Then some more tornadoes Wednesday and Thursday. Okay. Okay, so let's take a look at Knoll School here. And of course, we can make this flat Earth for all you flat Earthers, but we're not going to do that. See, we can change it all up. Hey, switch. Now, what we want to look at, that looks good. Switch to new style. I like this new style better. I haven't been on here in a while. Bio. What's this? Huh. Oh, I forgot. I didn't put chat up here so I could see you guys talking to me. Oh, Sharon, you've seen who? Green-eyed? You seen Okie there on the other channels or me? Oh, yeah, gotta love the warm weather. That's sure. Kim chemicals. CO2. Check over here. What is this right here? Fucking, look at it sucking right into the, is that the Black Sea or I don't know. What's the Black Sea and what's the, is it Caspian or fuck it, I don't know. Look at that right there. There's a fire or something. Yeah, and everybody's wondering what China's doing. I tried to get onto that satellite, that latest satellite that the Spyglass had, but they never got back with me. You see the ship trails. A lot of shipping going on right now. I mean, and then we'll look at China's pollution. Just an ungodly amount of China compared to, well, shit, the fucking, what's right there? Buffalo? It's all getting sucked up into Canada. There is a lot of chemical action going on in the United States right now. They usually don't like that. Remember, we had that problem with the dust coming from Africa. That kind of went away. Oh, did I show you guys the Cuban radar? I'll have to get see what could I set you guys up with. That's from 545. Swift. You guys ever heard of Swift? Yeah, I know most of us haven't, but Swift is the damn. we go. It's the international organization facilitating transaction between banks. The society, mind you. Hey, TR. Yeah, okay, but we're all good-looking people here. Everybody's nice looking and cute. I hope to go out looking my best. Let's see here. I have a natural reader on. Let's see if it'll read it. I know a lot of you haven't heard of Swift. Ooh, that's better. Okay, let's stop. SIBO's conference. Swift International Banking Operations Seminar is an annual banking and financial conference organized by Swift in various cities around the world. Let's see. 78. Brussels. Amsterdam. To be announced. Really. That's interesting. They usually hold it in October, September, October. So it'll probably be in October this year due to all the fuckery that's going on. in Amsterdam, really. Netherlands. My buddy's up in the Netherlands. Okay, so now we got everybody here. We're going to do some geometry. Well, I want to address the Saturn, what Elon Musk tweeted out the other day. I'm going to pull up my Twitters, and we're going to go look at Elon Musk. We're going to find this tweet. Where he tweeted, phone booth at 20. Yeah. He's dropping a new album. What? Where is the tweet? Where is the tweet? He tweeted the symbol for the all-chemical symbol for Saturn, supposedly, is what Davey Boy said from Generation Z. So I did the research into that black cube stuff and found out that what it's all about is the spirit of Saturn. Perfect gas. Ludwig Boltzmann, who spent much of his life studying statistics, died in 1966. Okay, never mind. We're going to get down to it real soon. I just got some things I need to clear up first. But if I can't find this fucking tweet, it ain't going to make a whole hell of a lot of beans if he didn't really tweet this. Elon Musk is a weird guy. This is all true. Is that it? No, that's... January 6th. It's not that far back. Right, well, I can't find it. All right. I can't find it. Fuck it. Okay, so what can I got, okay, I can load it up into my graphics here. If I take something off here. Not that one. Oh, let's take this one. Give me a second, guys. I want to show you something. That's what he tweeted. I guess I could put it in the background or something with the overlay. That's the symbol he tweeted out. So anyway, I do want to show you this. Soviet biological warfare system in 1990. Okay, well, where's the disconnect between the biologicals and the nuclear? And have they merged them? Oh shit, I forgot to check flight fucking radar. I got two phones now, and one's just strictly dedicated to my flight radar, my research. I got it sitting here in front of me. So you guys take a good look at that. Mm-hmm. Some humor for you. What is this? Okay. I don't want to show you guys this one. Those are all the places they were hitting the other day, and I've got a Chinese map. Where's my Chinese map at? Oh, you guys are gonna love this one though. Saturn is the god of darkness, soul, Lucifer. No, Saturn. Hold on. Saturn. I'll get my notes here. We could use some background music, don't you think? Saturn stands for order, responsibility, and the search for knowledge is represented by skin and the skeleton. Is Kronos is Saturn. He's a corn god, and he was represented at a sickle. So then they just turned him into death. Now Lucifer is the light bearer. Satan is not Lucifer, and the devil is not Satan, and Lucifer is not the devil. It's totally like what separates the thumb from the lighter, from the flame, from the pipe, from the crack or the ice, from the paint on the fucking glass, right? It's all separate. Well, knowledge, supposedly, the serpent was God, and we've been deceived into thinking that we've been deceived into thinking that the serpent was bad, but the serpent was basically God. Let's see here. Where am I going with this? I've got to pull up these old. Now we get into the cult of the black cube, which is the Saturn, and I found that it's basically the spirit of Saturn, which is Cassiel and Orpheus. And I'll put it in chat so you guys, if you want to do a search for it. Well, Omen, everybody's got their own perception of this realm. It's like that. Cassiel oil fell, and those almost the same two angels. I have to look right here. My 41 items. You guys can look at the news real quick while I'm getting this. Okay, quantum sensing for gravity cartography. I need that one. Revelations 2. Kagome medal. Research gate. Do some Bible scripture. Spirit of Saturn. Dictionary of archangels. I need all these about. Origins of Christmas. Maybe that's it. Isaac Newton Lab. No, except terms of, yeah. Psychic self-defense. Psychic self-defense. I think I want to cover that real quick before we get anywhere else. Newton has something to do with this. The sun. As soon as I get these pulled up here. Resident structure of the outer solar system. That's what. Okay, now. Where's my button here? Open. Open. I don't want to open all of them. Okay, so here's the. There's the links for you guys. Open all 27. Yes. I found it. Yeah, not so smart TV. Melissa, you're silly. You like different types of mutts? Yeah, dogs. I love dogs. I can't have one. I've had several dogs, but I only get to keep them for a little while. Well, when I was little, my dad had a little poodle that he had to take from my uncle. That was the only dog we ever had for why he got sick, got a skin. I think he got it from the rabbits that he was catching, but he got bad sores on him, and I used to have nightmares of he would be suffering with pepperoni sores all over him, like pepperonis. PayPal is on Deep State Watchdogs, please. Oh, yeah. Donate for my fucking. I had to cancel my body armor order, and the extension for the extension battery extension tube for my laser ought to be here tomorrow, so it'll be like this long, you know. This is my infrared. It's invisible. I couldn't afford to get the night vision or the infrared goggles to adjust the beam, but I think I can do it on the fly. I think I can do it without seeing it. I mean, it'll light dry stuff on fire, you know, but you'd only keep it on for a minute or a little bit over a minute, heat up, and burn the diodes out if you leave it, you know, going. So, I mean, it's really for marking military targets, marking targets, and blinding pilots, and starting campfires. Well, it's a goddamn $800 fucking fire matchstick. It's a $800 match. 808, about almost 900. So yeah, I racked it. You want to see my payments due on the 15th? $118 on my credit card, and I'm short about 30-40 bucks, I think. So let's see here. Did those pull up good? Okay. We are going to social. Oh, what happened if my chat got stuck all the way up there? All right, Texas. Hey, Matt, how you doing down there? And my PayPal, I'll put it in the captions. I don't know why I haven't. Mm-hmm. There it is. And I will see if I can copy that. But anyway, if you just type in, you don't have to type in the local stuff. If you just type in, just click this. I'm going to be streaming all night long until, goddamn, that shit Monograph was talking about happens tomorrow. We're going to stop the stream at about 2 or 3 hours and start another one. And so we're going to be hanging out. There's my PayPal, guys. I mean, any little thing helps. And I understand with the lockdowns, we're all fucking broke right now. You know, but I've got some physics experiments happening. That laser is going to help me pop the proper portals around here associated with the cistern aquifer system under the Ozarks here that I'm responsible for this quadrant of Northwest Arkansas from from about Berryville all the way over to Maysville to Cherokee City. There's a few other people, a few older people, maybe some younger people, I don't know, that are, but there's nobody quite like the blood. Do you guys want to see my bloodlines? And I know some of you heard about me talking about you missed Monograph tonight. Basically, he was leading up to, okay, here's what's going to happen. They are chasing. I need to pull. That's what I need to pull. I'll just leave that up there like that. Pull the radiation interferometry. Radio, 2-photon interferometry. Go to PDFs. Gravitational radiation. You guys need to see this here. So this is a radio interferometry. I'm looking for radiation. Two-photon interferometry of undulator radiation. Fermilab. Yeah, I think I want that one. Optical transition radiation at wavelength. Optical diffraction radiation. Now, a system for radio interferometry and radiation. Now, did you guys hear about the dirty bomb? If you guys paid attention to Israeli News Live, Steve Banoon, and he's got his messages open on Twitter, his box open, his mailbox. That's how I got my click beam dump La Palma video to him and gravitational radiation detection. Beam size measurements using synchrotron radiation. Synchrotron. Radiation. I said radiation. Scope. On. Radiation monitoring. Geometry. Do I have that? Radiation monitoring systems. U.S. patents. OPS, Open Path Air Monitoring System. System is based on the method of infrared spectrometry. No, that's not it. No, that's not it. Balloon experimental twin telescope for infrared. It's not giving me what I'm searching for. Atom infrared detection of gravitational waves. Although it's giving me lots of cool stuff I want. The formation of holographic lateral shear. Open path spectrometer. Maybe that's what I should look for. Heterodyne side-shifted interferometer with a rotated radial diffraction. Radium was used as the wavefront sensor. I need that one. There it is. Earth monitoring satellite system with combined infrared. I think. For chemical and biological sensing. Now, what's it called? Schwarzschild. You guys getting all of this? Where am I at? Fuck, I just lost my damn place. Fuck. Oh, there I am. Click for automatic biological particle identification. About radioactive. I need that, but that's not what I fucking came here looking for. Okay, so anybody have any? Let me look at chat here. I bet somebody's put it down there. When some do, Atlanta has a lot of Marshall. What do I search for radiation detection? George and Barbara Bush are my cousins. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt about they're connected to Aleister Crowley. Yeah, I'm connected to the Bushes through the Robertson, and Walker connection. And then John Pleasance III, which his boys, one was my dad's grandparent and one was my mother's grandparent. And they're the Pleasants that started the abolitionist movement. So it's because of my grandparents that the black people are free. Now, not saying they wouldn't have gained the freedom by themselves or anything like that. 8 hours ago. What? Increase the risk of nuclear war. I gotta publish that. So then, and then, Daniel Boone is like my great uncle. Israel Boone is one of my great grandfathers. His brother, Israel Boone. So I'm not, you know, Daniel Boone's blood, but I am his family. Which, I mean, not too many people. Not too many people could say I've got those three prominent bloodlines going on, and that explains why I'm so passionate about stuff, I guess. Now, what am I? Okay, I got to get to DuckDuckGo. I got to quit talking about myself here. DuckDuckGo. Global radiation monitoring network. I believe that's it. Yes, that's it. It's right there. Pocket magic. Got a bunch of them. A bunch of them. Yeah, that was the right search, guys. That was the right search. Global radiation levels in the USA. Background radiation. Okay, background radiation map. Give me a second. Those are images. A bunch of them. Okay, I think I found it here. Let's see here. Oh, wow, pretty. Okay, guys. This is Japan. Wow, Japan. Okay, where's it go? We are looking in New York for fucking. What's this? What are those? Increasing, no change, decreasing, online, offline, radiation sensors. Those are radiation sensors, the circles. And these are map, safecast. If you let me just save all these tabs. And then I'll get you guys all the links. Now they kicked me off of fucking Discord for the second time. and I'm not going back. So my Discord channel is still there, but it's not being managed except for by the bots I left there, I guess. I fucking don't know. And anyway, I can't get into it. InfoWars is years behind. We'll get into the numbers here with the gematria here in a minute. I'm reading chat right now, floating around dirty bomb. Yeah, there's supposed to be a floating dirty bomb in New York City area. You need to check the radium in the deep well. Yeah, if you guys have wells, you need to get radium tests. There are more sleeper cells than 5. There's thousands of fucking sleeper cells. There's some of them that have been hypnotized, and then some of them are trained to hide out. Yeah, they do incorporate MK Ultra in there. A lot of the Chinese are walking sleepers. They don't know they are. But any Chinese usually is pretty faithful to their homeland. Some of them, if they haven't been abused by their leaders. You know, there's that aspect of the population that gets abused by the used by the higher ups, and then there's higher ups. Okay, what we got here is, as far as I can tell, this is reading. It is what is my crosshair location? Yes. Layers. Base map. Terrain. Satellite. Label. Advanced. There we go. Gosh. What the fuck is this? Kuro. There we go. There we go. What are the parts per million we're supposed to be looking for? Let's look for, I would say, cesium? Or that's Celsius? they're registering under all of them. There are a lot of fucking targets. Let's see what this is. Okay, that kind of narrows it down. I'm trying to narrow it down here. Those are sensors. Trying to figure this map out here. I like this one right here. So I guess we just have to fucking just click around on these guys. See who's got the most. It would be this guy probably. Right where they're all fucking together. Oh, what's this? Last 30 days. Where's that at? Fernhill Park. What's going on near Fernhill Park? Marcus Foster Memorial Stadium. Let's get the map a little bit lit up here. Retro. Satellite. I don't know. Yeah, I like this map. This is cool. Okay. I still can't fucking read it. That's better. Satellite labeled. That's what I want. Last 30 days, last 24 hours. Okay. Devices. Oh shit. Those must be sensors. Okay. Why is there a bunch of radiation sensors right in that same area? I wonder. Air sensors. Okay, I know how to read this now, so we can move on to something else. Those are sensors, and then there's stations. Check chat here. 5.7, Ukraine Air Force Kaputski. People probably trying to prison you first for reduction processing. That's where the chips come into play. I don't know. This is all conjecture, guys. You know, YouTube, we are just hypothesizing and making wild stabs in the dark about what might happen with the current situation. Now, wouldn't that be shit? Fucking YouTube starts censoring people because of the fucking viewpoints of what the conflict and everything. Palisade map. Okay, let's check out a different map now. Do I got you all on fucking yeah, I do. Radioactivity map, nuke map, nuclear bomb simulator. Okay, well, here we go. Here we go, motherfuckers. Nuclear nuke map. Well, that didn't take me anywhere I wanted to go. Oh, it's loading. We'll go back there while it's loading. Bluetooth adapter. Nuclear bomb simulator. Where is it at? Nuke map. I'll go for me. The fuck is this? Pinterest shit. Organizers of USA trucker convoy released Route X across country to Washington. This was days ago, wasn't it? Fuck. Save. Pictures. That's nothing. That was a fucking waste of time. $11 years ago. Okay, here we go. Radiation network. We'll get you this one, and we'll get you this one. So you guys can look yourselves. But this is what I believe. They evacuated the Hasidic Jews out of New York. Okay, well, there's another one. And y'all bookmark this shit. You get them, okay? We'll be paying close attention to this stuff. That one. We got those three. RadNet. Web pages don't exist. Well, I guess it wouldn't do any. Charlotte, North Carolina. La Crosse, New Hampshire, Oregon. Houston. We're looking for New York. New Jersey. New England. Lincoln, New England. New England. No, that's Nebraska. What the fuck? So many in Nebraska. Oh, Richmond, Washington, Richmond, Virginia. Oh, Washington. There it is. New York. New York. I think that's it. New York. New York. Oh, there we go. I want to check Little Rock. We'll check St. Louis too. Oh, Oklahoma City. We'll have to check Baltimore. Pennsylvania. Boston. The Boston bombing. I think that's pretty good. Oh, so it's just got little graphs. Okay, well, that'll work. Let's do the. I wonder what sensors they're using to pick up on that shit. They said Steve said they were chasing it around New York, but they haven't done anything about it yet. Guys, I'm getting sleepy. Oh, there's a gap. Oh, okay, so anyway, we're going to close them out. That's not really helping us. What was fun was that fucking map. It's the same map. What's this? False flag nuke attack in the western U.S. on November 3rd. That was November 2nd, 2019. Okay, the United States Air Force has launched Constant Phoenix, sniff nuclear material, nuclear emergency tracking center. Okay, let's check that out. Oh, how convenient. Hal Turner. How convenient. Strange Sounds is a good, guys. Yeah, strange. Oh, shit, I guess I need to accept the goddamn cookies. If you guys don't know about Strange Sounds, we're going to go to the homepage. Here we go. Well, yeah, look at there. It says elevated. What is that? This map isn't responding very well. Sorry, guys, I haven't been paying attention to chat. Nowhere is now here. The text. The text is matte. Now, are you telling me there's radiation out in the middle of the woods? Maybe if I change the fucking map will respond better. Boston. Average 214, current 206 low, 202 high, 342. So these aren't picking up any radiation, But up north it is. How about Washington, though? I'm about to give up on the search for a fucking dirty bomb. Move on to the esoteric shit. We'll get a good look at everything, though. There is red there. Notice there's no sniffer sites in Europe. Look at Japan. Oh my god, dude. The fuck? What have they got on that fucking island? Man, this map is not responding very well. I'm going to have to close these damn windows out. Netcom, look at that one. Chart, log in to view historical charts. Yeah, I can't. I'm not logging in. We're going to go check Alter. Alter. $2019. Fundraising, really? Fucking bullshit. Ain't giving you no money. Alter. Story unlocked Zircons on the move. Updated 6:30 a.m. Ukraine member of parliament. We fight for the new world order. Oh, really? I want to get the quote. on it. Oh, my arm is going to sleep. Currently, flight radar is, I'll show you. I guess I could pull it up on the. We'll put fast on. Not too much going on. I don't know if they're probably. If I can get that fucking to disappear. My electronics have acted funny on me all day. See the one up, these white ones, the West Coast. And it's really hard to see. It's really hard to see with fucking my notifications coming in. Let me see if I can't pull it up on. As soon as my collections load, I'll drop all these links and close these windows out. We should write a book, but with the apocalypse, who's going to buy it? Well, we could write it in stone. I'm not a very smart man, but at least I know what love is. Maybe somebody dropped their cell phone in the woods. Jenny, I'm not a very smart man, but at least I know what AIDS is. You've been sleeping around with them hippies. Love isn't free, Jenny. Jenny, love isn't free, but your legs are. No, Green, no, Okie, don't ever think that. That was a good joke. That was a good joke. We should write a book, but with the apocalypse, who's going to buy it? What was I going to do? Oh yeah, I think those have loaded now, so I can copy these and paste them to chat. How can I put it? I guess I could drop them in the description. All these links. Oh, I know. I'll make a community post with the links. That's what I'll do. Got the cops, the ambulance fucking running around. Yeah, the police were running up and down my street earlier. They'd go down to one end, turn around, come back, about 6 or 7 of them. I was on the phone with my my half nephew, my nephew Nicholas. He's got the same name as my son, well, it's spelled differently. And I was checking up on him. He started a furniture moving business with a couple guys. I said, "Well, if you're big and strong, you know you could handle that stuff. I'm never going to do that shit again." Right over here. Yeah, hopefully I could stay awake to hang out for a while or find something interesting anyway. If I can get this collections to work. Man, you fill your shit up with oh, resident structure. So what are you guys planning on doing if the world doesn't end tomorrow, or if we don't have an attack? Should we log in? This account is expired. Are you kidding me? What is the deal with the fucking expired accounts? I don't understand. Come on. Well, what is this? March 1st, 2022. Yeah, come on, load. Load the fucking pages. All right, so I can't get any music going or anything. I've got, a billion tabs open. I should have done that, but I got to sign back up for ResearchGate. Oh, excuse me. Damn it, come on. Well, I work for WATCHDAWGS. At least I could show you guys. Well, no, I can't because I'm putting the password in. This isn't working out good. Click on it and it won't pop up. First name. My name is Mud. My name is Mud. Company email is, what is it? Activist. So many. Give me a second here. I'll show you guys what I'm doing. I can't let you see my password. Okay. Did I show you guys? It doesn't matter. I'd let you guys use my ResearchGate account if I had to. I could get into IBM, the chemical analyzer. We could have some real fun. Make some new drugs. Like combine meth and steroids together, make methroids. Like methroids. Jay Walker. No, that's not me. Skip this step. Have added publications. Are you sure you want to? Yeah, skip. Save. Skip. So I can show everybody what the fuck I'm doing. Now my shit's lagged up so bad. Oh my God. You'd be, am I got the wheel of death? Planet Apocalypse dinner. You're a sweetie. You're a sweetie. Well, I have a apocalypse barbecue. Great eye. Okay. What's your? Oh, well, you could email me your real name or make one up. A lot of girls do that. They'll be like, "Sure, I'll tell you my real name." slap you with some sexiest name you ever heard in your life. That's my real name. Yeah, right. Brooklyn. Oh, that's good. You look like a Brook. There was two Brooks that I went to school with, and they're good-looking brunettes, just like yourself. And where am I? I need to close these damn tabs out. There, I'm ResearchGate right here. Dumbass. I'm a dumbass. I'm a dumbass. Nope, that wasn't it. Where did it go? Oh, right here. Email. Shit. Mm-hmm. I had to go to my other browser, guys, because it works a lot faster. Now what email would that be? Indeed. Oh. Well, I hope you guys have fun hanging out tonight. We haven't got real too far. That is not the right one. Must be Proton Mail. Must be. mrmissionctrl. Oh, guys, I gotta order me a corner desk. See, I need a desk. I need a whole desk and everything to do this. No mail. Fuck. Where did the email go? I don't know. It's I got a double lock on my damn. What the hell? What is it? I ain't got a password. I got so many goddamn passwords. Probably got 5 million passwords. That's what it is. With a big O, motherfucker. So anyway, stop sharing the screen. Yes. Look at my ugly face for a minute. It's still not popping up my. thing so I can share all this. I'm just going to have to close all the tabs. Collections. Go off my browser history and reinstate everything later. Maybe this will bring it up. No, it's not here. What about my Yahoo? No. And that's so confusing when you've got so many fucking emails. You can't keep up. Can't keep up with all the goddamn things. I still got Fritta's email I made for her. It's gonna be bad here in a couple days, so. Oh, horsecock. All right. So anyway. Mm-hmm. What's this? Oh, that's my links. It sent me back up there. I won't make much sense either. I'm kind of tired myself. Well, keep everybody occupied, Green. Keep everybody occupied, Okie. I'm almost wrapping it up here to 152. Well, it looks like if I can't, my fucking, my Zoomer store. Oh, that's Detective Head. Okay. I did you get an info? Yeah, earlier today, guys, Flight Radar was whacked. Was I don't know which account You're supposed to see that damn, the goddamn. They don't send the fucking right shit. Probably my spam folder. Crack. Response needed. Capital One. Yeah, right. Well, I don't know any other fucking emails that I got except that's not linked to my mail.com. But I never fucking, I've always got it outlinked from there. You know? Well, where's my fucking mail? Logged in. Logged in twice. Email. WordPress. No. Nothing from spam. See, on mail.com, you could have like 10 all emails. They all come into the same inbox. Revision, current post. Then, contacts. Well, guys, it's about that time. Mandiant integrates attack surface management into Mandiant Advantage program. Threat intelligence. Sure it does. Well, it's not in any of my fucking emails, motherfuckers. That's not fair, dude. Still didn't get the email. No, contact us. Okay, alright, guys. Well, fuck. I just fucked the whole night over fucking with that shit. Okay, so there are the links. Copy all. There we go. You have to do it 2 or 3 times. I'm ready for a cigarette. Now I'm going to make a post. I'll put it in chat. I'm also going to make a post on my, throw all this in one good old post in the my community. Get out. Hello, everyone. Say Kentucky Blue Eyes. we got Green-Eyed Okie and we got Kentucky Blue Eyes. Well, boy, I'm attracting all the pretty girls, aren't I? We got hot retarded chicks. Of course, he's a big fat drunk. Pinned message. What's that? Oh yeah, my PayPal. Don't forget my PayPal. Can't post messages to some channels. What? Okay, now. Copy all. This is worse than flying a damn spaceship, guys. It's not wanting to fucking work for me, god damn it. Select all. Okay. Yeah. Copy selection. Of course, there's 86. You know, that's why it's working so slow, because I've got fucking 86 tabs open here. Now we'll Control V. It still didn't work. Maybe if I change my character here. We are going to listen to some music for a little while. If I can get this to paste. My computer's supposed to be made for this shit, man. It's like fucking... It must be these extensions. God, it's not fucking doing it. What do I gotta do? Caps. Send to... I guess I just have to hover over it for fucking ever. So I still got my Christmas lights up in my room, guys. I like them. I like them. Monkey likes them back there. You see Monkey's tuberculosis mask? Monkey's got tuberculosis, guys. I don't know. TR, do you remember the other night Monkey had a fucking seizure? Well, Monkey had a seizure, tuberculosis seizure. It's pretty bad. Shit, it's not fucking doing it. My computer is not working. That's all it was. That's all it's wanting to fucking Copy. GN map. Where is that? Oh, I'm getting like real bad ringing in my ears, my left ear. I'm going to have to turn the chat off. Everything here. There goes my computer now. Maybe it'll do it. It starts breathing. It starts breathing, you know. There we go. Yep. Okay. So, I'm going to put some music on. I'm going to close these tabs out so my shit works. And I'm going to select, instead of opening all that shit up, we're either going to make some music or look at Stellarium, or we're going to do some. I'll be back here shortly if anybody's still up. I mean, no reason for you guys. I took my Vyvanse at 11 o'clock. Yeah. Monograph talking about frequency, so fucking, you know, it makes me all excited. Anyway, I'll put this up on my community post as soon as here's live. Oh, this is either an ongoing or recently finished live stream. Oh, that Russian radio, DW News. I'll find some music here. Some sleepy time music. Oh, here we go. It's not music. It's Alice Gunter. Hope you guys enjoy it. While I find some music.
Hi, Edward Current here. Now, I know a lot of you people like the Christian videos I make to glorify God and scare atheists, but I don't know how much time I'll have to make more of them. My life just got a heck of a lot busier. See, one thing that's kept my faith strong all these years is the idea that it's just safer to believe in God. When you die, if you don't believe, you're going to hell, period. My pastor gave me that clock. You gotta love it. But if you do believe, you'll go to heaven if he exists. So even when Satan tempts me with a weak moment of ungodly skepticism, I figure I should keep Christ in my heart just in case. Because when it comes to the afterlife, you really have nothing to lose by being a Christian, but everything to lose by being an atheist. But then this guy, Rahim, asked me, what if the God you meet when you die is Allah? And it struck me. He's right. Even though I know that Jesus is Lord, hang on, it's my rabbi. I'll call him back. If I'm really going to play it safe in this life, I need to worship every God there is. It's the only way to guarantee that I'll go to heaven. So that's why I'm so busy. I mean, look at my daily planner here. Prayer, Torah reading, confession, prayer, sacrifice goat, temple, build altar of chicken bones, blow self up, mass. It's insane. As a Muslim, I have to pray to Mecca 5 times a day. As a Catholic, I'm always working this rosary thing and saying Hail Marys. As a Mormon, I have to wear this magic underwear, and I start my first 2-year mission this weekend. As a Scientologist, I have to spend a fortune on indoctrination classes and other stuff like this e-meter. As an Amish, I can't drive. I can only walk or bicycle, which takes forever. And as a Jew, I have to hire someone to turn on my lights on the Sabbath, and I have to wear this yarmulke on top of this turban that I have to wear as a Sikh. Then there's the hundreds of gods from ancient cultures, all of which I have to take time out to praise in case they might be able to damn me to hell. Because face it, they're all equally as likely to exist as the God of the Bible. Okay, I can't believe I just said that. Heavenly Father, please forgive me for this and all.
O companion, that abode is unmatched, where my complete beloved is. In that place there is no happiness or unhappiness, no truth or untruth, neither sin nor virtue. There is no day or night, no moon or sun. There is radiance without light. There is no knowledge or meditation, no repetition of mantra or austerities, neither speech coming from Vedas or books. Doing, not doing, holding, leaving. All these are all lost too in this place. No home, no homeless, neither outside or inside. Micro and macrocosm are non-existent. 5 elemental constituents, and the Trinity are both not there. Witnessing unstruck Shabbat sound is also not there. No root or flower, neither branch or seed. Without a tree, fruits are adorning. Primordial sound, breath synchronized psalm. This and that, all are absent. The breath too unknown. Where the beloved is, there is utterly nothing. Says Kabir, I have come to realize. Whoever sees my indicative sign will accomplish the goal of liberation.
Well, they gone and done it. Psycho motherfuckers. Now, is that fucking real? It looks real to me.
Я, друзья, это просто пиздец. Я по-другому не могу сказать.
I can't pause it fast enough. I can't pause it fast enough. See, it's in between 7 and 8 there. Yup.
Регистр.
Okay, well, here, strictly educational magic.
Hey people, I think this is part 6. And so this is the first time that the writings of Satan are known to come up. The book of Job, 4,000 years old. And in Job 1:6 is the first time it comes up. And the word is Hassatan. Hassatan. Hass. This is actually just an E and an SS. They say this line down here means the A. The Hassatan. And so this word has, saying to come from the Arabic, is in the French meaning embarrassment, an unpleasant socio-economic situation. And it sounds more like a German name, Hass. In German it's where your word hate come from. In English, hate. Hades.
Hass.
Hatred or hate. In Pennsylvania German, hatred or hate, spite. And some people actually name their kids this. It's under names, a German nickname for a bitter and vicious man from Middle High German has or hatred. So like Satan never had a chance. He was embarrassed from coming from an unpleasant socio-economic situation, and everybody was hating on him, and they were hissing. ESS, all it's really there, ESS, hiss, and then THM, final N reads the M, to hiss them. So this N came also, they're getting this from these two letters here, this VI with a dot, is a VIJ, the I is the IY or J, So it's two of them with a dot in it. And you're looking at a VIJ is what they're getting from this. And that's an arrive. I arrive, I come. And that's coming from a Latin. But I don't believe that's where this is coming from. I believe this is a WIJ from a Dutch. You know, it's where we get our word we from. W-E. We, meaning the one speaking. You know, the WIJ, the first person, plural person, refers to the speakers, the one talking here. And this came is actually coming from this VUAGS. Final M is a S. And we voyages, we came. And this tack has you read this backwards, the NTHS first, and then the hisses them. And so we voyages in this hisses them, and then B means in, TU, into, and the final M is S, you know, voyages, and cause, to fold from, is what the cause is, what happened. You know, we cause them, and we voyages in this hisses them into cause. So who's actually coming is the day. And this reads twice, this mark, the same thing. How they, and then wage, W-I-E-J, the wage. And how they wage, and then the juice, J-I-U-S, or they, you know, they as in there, and two I's, I-J-U-S, their juice. And how they wage their juice, you know, the sun gives us its juice is the day, but it's talking about they, and it's talking about each day, the planets, you know, each day has juice. Each day has its own day. Each planet has its own day. We have a sun day and a moon day and a Saturn day and a Thor's day. And so how they wage their juice. And you see this came here is read different. B-A-V here. Where down here it was B-V-A. It's different. And it's not the same word. This means wive, you know, to match up, to marry up, the wive. To the wive, and then A-V of, wive of, W-I-V-A-V. You know, just give that first V a W, and it's the wive of. You know, give the final U of V, where they give it a U. That's what it says. It's the wive of. And then this mark up top here tells you to come back and read this part again. And so it's a V-A-U, the vow, the wive of vow. And then this mark says read this one more time. So it's a vav, meaning connected. The wive of vow connector, the wive of vow to. And how they wage their juice, the wive of vow to. And then bin, B-N, and then read it back the other way, B-I-N-J, bing, ben, bing, the time, bing, the mark of, the bing, bing, on every hour you get a bing, the mark of time, the wive, the bing, and then hail, H-A-L-E-I is. Hail means where it comes from. The let, it, and then the dot and the X is two X's. The X is a T-S. So it's the let, it, and then S-T, sit, S-S, sits, the let it sits in. That where it comes from is let it sits in. And then all, and then backwards and forwards after this. All the, and this mark here, they call it an upside down epsilon. And it has a meaning. It's not there for no reason. And I'm not sure about this one yet, but it possibly just adds an epsilon between here, as in who, H-U, and then the way. All who weigh, to have, H-V-E, who voyages in this, hisses them into cause. And so how they wage their juice, who vow in of to, is talking about the planets. You know, they all have a vow. You know, the planet Sun is vowed to Leo, and the moon is Cancer. And then Mercury has Gemini and Virgo, and Venus has Libra and Taurus, and Aries with Mars and Scorpio. You know, everybody has a vow. And you see in Jupiter that it's backwards over here. And so I'm not real sure that they might both be vows, or one might be vows on one side and leases on the other. But I believe we're talking about the vow of Saturn being Satan here. The Saturn, the S. Saturn is the S. The S. These are both Saturn. How they wage, they juice. The wife of vow to Ben Bing. The hails is let it sits in. all who way have. And so being this is upside down, it makes me think that it only reads on the direction backwards, because sometimes it'll be turned right side up. And so I'm only reading it here, H-U, who, and then way, W-E-Y, the way, and then E-V-E, or H-V-E, the have. You know, E-V-E is Eve, to have, to hold. All who way have, who voyages in this, hisses them into cause. And so you would think, the hisses would come on Monday when you got to go back to work. So maybe in this time, Friday was the day off. Free Venus. And then this word, and yammer, who yammer. You see underneath it is, they call this a backward zeta. And they say they don't know what any of these marks mean, any of these blue marks. They think it has to do with phrasing when you're reciting. And there's a bunch of them. This is that upside down epsilon. And I haven't figured out what this one is yet. It looks like a spring. I haven't run into it many times. And I'm pretty sure I got this one down. And these other marks. Not quite sure about this one yet. It's possibly an old G. Got the mu down. And I believe I got these down. And it shows right here. You'll see, I told you it means an A. It's on the end. You can see in the middle of this word here, of this Farah. You see how they put an A on each side of this R, Farah? That's what it is, the P-A-R-A-E. It's to drop an A in there, but to not give it the meaning of the A, just the pronunciation, because all these letters have a meaning. And this way you're not adding the meaning of power or knowledge in there. You're just giving the sound of it. And all these marks are just to double read. And these are directional marks. And this is that dragger, they call it. And then sometimes the epsilon is right side up. And they had this mu in here up top in the line before. And mu meaning little, so it's how they wage little. But that's all they can say about this, is it resembles a backwards zeta. And that gives enough of a clue. Zeta is the 6th letter, but they give it the number 7 because it was the number 7 in all the other languages, and that's where your 7 comes from. And so they don't know if this is pronounced as a DZ or a ZD. And that's because they don't understand the markings that give reading directions. But you see they have many arguments for the ZD and several for the DZ too. And you see here as the DZ, this is the same thing. They'll give the sound of the djed pillar, the jed, which was this samic, to hold up the class hand around, the right hand rule in electric, the secret. And I believe that has something to do with the z-axis. You have an x and a y-axis. If you have a high-speed grinder or drill in your hand and it's turning on the x-axis, if you try to move the y-axis, the forces are going to cause the z-axis to turn. And so I was looking at some of this, and this is their interpretation here, and it's not quite right. If you go to this old paper, they say is around 100 BC was what this mark means right here, around. And that's why when I see this mark on top of a letter, I move the letter around. If I see it here on top of this A, it means I move this letter L around and I read it twice. On top of this U, I move this O around and I read it twice. But I went to check out this page. The translator won't translate it. They translate the top, and once in a while they translate a word, but they didn't understand this language. It was just 100 years BC. But you can see, the MR in here, the same as, and he said, the MR, the word. This AMR, this is the base of grammar. The base word for said is just the AMR. But it'll read many different ways, different reading directions with the punctuation. But this first time it comes up in Genesis 3:1, the line's telling you to read it backwards here. And regardless, it starts with A, it reads backwards. And the line here is telling you it's reading RMR, rammer, to give rammer. And that's where your word grammar come from. It's not said. It has more to do with the spelling. So this zeta comes up often in this word, but it's always underneath the first vav. And here it's under the yod. And so I believe it's adding the ZD or the DZ between the two I's here. Being it's a backwards Z, I think I'm going to give it a DZ, as in why does, DZA. Why is in how or who does, or how does Marie. You see the line under here telling me that this reads separate syllable. And so, Marie is the ocean, Marie the mariner. And so, how does the ocean we will on this hisses them. And then from a many, A-M, and then N-Y, the many. And then aim, A-I-M, N is pronounced as M when final. From a many, aim it in. The right in knowledge is a tab. To aim it in. How on, and then come back and read this again. To make yom. It's an M when it's final. So it wasn't final in the first time around, now it's final. And so yom, the word they give day, meaning a period of light. And to tab, to tab, how on a period of light hisses them. A period of light hisses them is vampires, scared of the light. And then to the way, to have. and then an extra E. How, H-U-I is how, E-U-I. How, yammer, how said. Mrs., M-S-S, Mrs., and then backwards. Math, M-T-H, M-T-H-U-S-E. Mrs. Matthews. With bars, to metallic, M-E-T-E-L, and then L-K, to metallic B. The bars, metallic B. And so Mrs. Matthews sounds like the math to use to add it up. It said Miss Matthews with bars to metallic B. And so Miss Matthews with bars is also an officer, with bars. You get your bars when you become a captain. You get your metallic bars. Miss Matthews with bars to metallic B. And you see how the line under Satan, they change up all the time. And it's never the same word. These lines are directional. And I'm not even sure about this yet. It's liable to add a G sound in there. You see the first time it had this mark telling if this ended here, it starts here. Will on this hisses them. And you don't see that mark down here. It tells me it reads different. But this line here tells me this E is going to read with this M. And so it's going to be me down here. And so why yammer you and then two E's? The heel, H-E-L, the heel on this hisseth me, hissing on my heels. Why yammer you heel on this hisseth me? Submittal, and then bot all. The submittal of buttle. A submittal of buttle is submit of rebuttal is a refutation or contradiction. But a buttle is a boundary. When you're bottled in. A rebuttal, is making a contrary argument, present contrary evidence. And so buttle was the first evidence submitted, and a rebuttal is something contrary to it. So first they lay out the buttle, they lay out the grounds, the area. And if they want to change it, you submit a rebuttal. The submittal of buttle. A handy of did in, of why wacky key naya. Come who 2 bars. Shia C. Shia, S-H-Y-A-Y-S-E. And then back here, A, Shia C. And then the Z in here, the T-D-Z-S, tides. Shia C tides. And Y Surrey. And it's trying to rhyme here. Surrey means will be Shia C tides. Y will be Rami, Rami, and then L, Ramiel, the first knowledge learn. Or the Rama. Rami is the branch of the branch of the law, L-A-W, the law of Sir Moreau. And so they'll say Sir Moreau means to be mere, but that looks like a language change to me. Satan is the accuser, and this looks more like, the law of the support first, or Sir Senior, and MRO from first C. And it sounds more like an eyewitness from first C. You've seen it yourself, it wasn't passed down. And so it's talking about how planet affects the tides here. And it makes me think, that's another thing that makes me think this is a G here. And it's to Gaia, G-I, Gaia, to the earth, Mari oceans, and we, and then 2 E's up there, L. The L is the old Sumerian gods, the L. We L on this has them. The submittal, buttle, the handy, IDI, the handy of, did in, of who, of why, and then this epsilon, going with the A here, W-A, the wacky, the wacky key. And so it's rhyming in the poetry, and the key is to keep account, the records keeper. And so it's talking about Mrs. Matthews, seems to be the accuser. And she's handy. She's handy of, did in, of why, the wacky key. The wacky key, she's wacky and keeps account of not come who to bars, of Shia C. The tides run up on the bars, the Shia C tides, who Sarah, who will be the branch, the laws of Sir Moreau, the Sir, the senior Moreau from eyewitness, from the first I, from first C. So if you Google Miss Matthews, you're going to come up with some softcore schoolgirl porn. And I believe that is associated with it some. I believe this is Miss Matthews over here. And all these planets, you can see them out there with the naked eye. But there's these other positions that you have to use math to figure out where these positions are. The Rahu, the Ketu, in the center of the galaxy, in the outside of the galaxy. I believe that's what Miss Matthews represents, is the expanse, is the nothingness. And that sits I think it sits out there in Sagittarius. But it's going to talk a little bit more on this next line. They left this huge clue right here.
Well, sadly, the virus itself, particularly the variant called Omicron, is a type of vaccine. That is, it creates both B cell and T cell immunity, and it's done. Well, sadly, the virus itself, particularly the variant called Omicron, is a type of vaccine. That is, it creates both B cell and T cell immunity, and it's done a better job of getting out to the world population than we have with vaccines. If you do surveys in African countries, you get well over 80% of people have been exposed either to the vaccine or to various variants. Next time we should try and make it, instead of 2 years, we should make it more like 6 months.
Are we going to see another pandemic before we are able to beat this one?
Well, we'll have another pandemic. It will be a different pathogen next time. We'll have some rebound. This pathogen, we don't have a tool to do eradication. We'd like to have a new generation of vaccines.
SpaceX doing its part to support Ukraine. The country's suffering, of course, from power outages from the Russian invasion. SpaceX CEO Elon Musk said over the weekend the company's Starlink internet satellites are now active over Ukraine, helping to provide high-speed broadband internet to that country. We'll be back with another check of the forecast after this.
Well, Elon Musk confirming that SpaceX Starlink satellites are now active over Ukraine, giving a digital lifeline to residents and businesses there. The announcement after Ukraine's Vice Prime Minister personally asked Musk to help provide internet service to the country. Musk answering the call on Twitter, writing Starlink service is now active in Ukraine. More terminals en route. Internet service has been severely disrupted in several cities since Russia obviously invaded Ukraine last week.
Let's talk about the causes of the conflict. I think if you're going to talk about the causes of the conflict, you have to come at it from three different perspectives. First,
Друзья, это просто пиздец, я по-другому не могу сказать. Посмотрите на это. Просто ёбнешься. Я в ахуе просто. Тут везде все повыносило, доски валяются. Вон машина взорвалась. Фу.
Кто тут русский мир ждал с логом России на площади? Вы этого хотели, да? Мы вас предупреждали. Это плохая затея. Много раненых. 200 пока не видно.
Пизда, блядь.
I'll get it for you.
Я ебал. Я ебал в рот.
Оце мародьори. Приїхали, блядь, в аеропорт, кидали. Блядь, під маскою, блядь. Воїну, сука, йобаних. Підараси. Спиздили, блядь. Портовські, зодовські автобуси спиздили, блядь. Нахуярили повний, блядь. Нахуярили. Товар, блядь, повний бус. Нахуярили товар. Що це? Нахуярили товар, повний, блядь, бус. Мужики в Нацгвардії, блядь, говорять, дзвонять. Працюють. Мародьори якісь йобуть склада. Наші. Я під'їжджаю, а тут пацани хуярять, блядь.
Strictly educational magic.
Хуярять. Хуярять. Оце їх розхуяли бус. Розхуяли їхній бус. Сука. Підери йоби нагрузили, блядь, повні. Буси попиздили.
Я думаю, Миколаїв, наверное.
А оце один хуй. Роз 200, блядь. Пацани єбанули. Отака хуйня.
Una de sus más cruciales resoluciones desde su creación, la resolución 4813. El reconocimiento del derecho humano a un medio ambiente sano, limpio y sostenible. Este fortalecerá la protección, disfrute y ejercicio de los derechos humanos en todo el mundo. Además, aumenta el resguardo del medio ambiente y de las personas que luchan por preservar recursos naturales que nos permiten vivir dignamente en el planeta. En el contexto del debate por discriminación racial, Costa Rica resaltará cómo el Foro de Afrodescendientes se erige como una pieza importante del engranaje multilateral para construir conjuntamente sociedades más prósperas, accesibles y equitativas, y esperamos un debate rico que alimente la construcción de políticas públicas, normativa y espacios de diálogo para combatir.
When someone wrongs you, ask yourself what made him do it. Once you understand his
They're devastating scenes bringing death and ruin across 2 states. And the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change says it's going to get worse.
Climate change isn't lurking around the corner waiting to pounce. It's already upon us, raining down blows on billions of people.
Today's IPCC report is an atlas of human suffering and a damning indictment of failed climate leadership.
The report lays out not just the devastation in store for the world, but also what we can avoid. With high emissions, Australia could see 600 additional deaths per year from extreme heat. but with low emissions that could be halved. Our GDP could drop 6% by 2070 if the world warms by 3 degrees, but GDP could go up 2.6% with just 1.5 degrees. But some systems, like the Great Barrier Reef and alpine forests, are likely heading towards collapse no matter what.
Climate change has the potential to fundamentally change the face of the world.
Heavy rainfall like that causing flooding this week is set to intensify.
Climate change is now embedded in all extreme weather events. A warmer atmosphere can hold more water. That means that when it does rain, we can see much more intense rainfall events like what we're seeing now.
Essentially, the future is ours to choose. We can go on a high emissions path and suffer the consequences, or go on a low emissions path and benefit from effective and proactive action.
But the window of time to take that action is rapidly running out. Michael Slezak, ABC News.
The pressure on Russia and on Vladimir Putin is growing. New sanctions on its central bank just today. Russians now lining up at banks only to find ATMs out of cash. International flights now grounded. Some Russians telling Western journalists they don't support this war from Putin, some in tears, others protesting in the streets. But as our team has witnessed there, so many arrested, swiftly taken off the streets. And after this move to put nuclear forces on heightened alert by Putin, who's advising him and how isolated has Vladimir Putin become? James Longman from Moscow tonight.
Tonight, Russia is feeling the shock of Western sanctions, growing increasingly isolated from the world, a nation beginning to suffer for one man's war. The wave of economic measures unrelenting, Switzerland announcing it will break from its tradition of neutrality to freeze Russian assets, and the US now targeting Russia's central bank. Long lines at some banks and ATMs, many anxious to withdraw cash as the ruble sinks further against the dollar. And the growing fear of skyrocketing prices, Russia's central bank even closing the stock market early to avoid a crash. But still today, Putin defiant, calling the West an empire of lies.
Ordinary Russians are already starting to see their lives change because of sanctions, but Vladimir Putin could probably convince them that it's the West's fault. But what about those closest to him, the elite, the ones who've benefited from the luxurious perks of modern Russian life? Do they really want to follow Vladimir Putin down this apparent path towards economic misery?
All of this coming as Europe closes its airspace to Russian aircraft. With far fewer flights, the US is now telling its citizens to leave Russia immediately. And tonight, in response, Russia is banning airlines from 36 countries. The international outrage is growing. Soccer's governing bodies banning Russia from the World Cup and all competitions. Shell Oil announcing it will quit all its Russian operations. That follows BP, who divested its nearly 20% stake in the country's key oil company Rosneft. FedEx and UPS are also halting all shipments into the country. Google and Facebook's parent company Meta also blocking Russian state media from receiving money for ads. The potential for unrest in Russia high, with riot police flooding the streets and more than 5,000 people arrested in anti-war protests so far. The thought of closing Russia off and rolling back 30 years of progress since the Cold War, unthinkable to many Russians.
Just an extraordinary scene unfolding inside Russia. And James, I just want to inform our viewers that a senior defense official here in the U.S. Saying on this heightened nuclear alert status today that I don't believe we've seen anything specific as a result of this direction from Putin, at least not yet in terms of noticeable muscle movement. But there are so many who are asking who remains in Putin's inner circle. Who is he listening to at this point, if anyone?
Well, David, all the evidence suggests that this is a man increasingly alone, but those around Putin have the same Cold War mentality as him. They cannot afford perceived failure in Ukraine. The danger is he's not receiving accurate information about how this invasion is going or what the costs really are. David.
James Longman in Moscow for us again tonight. Thank you, James.
Hi, everyone. Joesef Franklin Walker here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage,
All things in all universes move according to law, and the law which regulates the movement of the planets is no more immutable than the law which regulates the material expressions of man. I, death, come, and yet I remain not, for life eternal exists in the all, only an obstacle, I, in the pathway, quick to be conquered by the infinite light. Awaken, O flame, that burns ever inward, flame forth and conquer the veil of the night. Darkness and light are both of one nature, different only in seeming, for each arose from the source of all. Darkness is disorder, light is order. Darkness transmuted is light of the light. This, my children, your purpose in being, transmutation of darkness to light. Time changes not, but all things change in time. For time is the force that holds events separate, each in its own proper place. Time is not in motion, but ye move through time, as your consciousness moves from one event to another. Remember, O man, that all which exists is only another form of that which exists not. Everything that has being is passing into yet another being, and thou thyself are not an exception. Thy bodies are nothing but planets revolving around their central suns. When ye have gained the light of all wisdom, free shall ye be to shine in the ether. Deep in the silence, first ye must linger, until at last ye are free from desire, free from the longing to speak in the silence. Conquer by silence the bondage of words, abstaining from eating until we have conquered desire for food. That is bondage of soul. Mighty beyond words is the flame of the cosmic, hanging in planes unknown to man, mighty and balanced, moving in order, music of harmonies, far beyond man. In the silence of material senses lies the key to the unveiling of wisdom. He who talks does not know. He who knows does not talk. The highest knowledge is unutterable, for it exists as an entity in lanes which transcend all material words or symbols. In all space, there is only one wisdom, through seeming decided. It is one in the one. All that exists comes forth from the light, and the light comes forth from the all. When man again shall conquer the ocean and fly in the air on wings like the birds, when he has learned to harness the lightning, then shall the time of warfare begin. Great shall the battle betwixt the forces, great the warfare of darkness and light. Once in a past time I spoke to the dweller, asked of the mystery of time and space, asked him the question that surged in my being, saying, O Master, what is time? Then to me spoke he, the Master, Know ye, O Thoth, in the beginning, there and void and nothingness, a timeless, spaceless nothingness, and into the nothingness came a thought, purposeful, all-pervading. And it filled the void. There existed no matter, only force, a movement, a vortex, or vibration of the purposeful thought that filled the void. Know ye, the flesh is fleeting. The things men count great are nothing to us. The things we seek are not of the body, but are only the perfected state of the soul. When ye as men can learn that nothing but progress of soul can count in the end, then truly ye are free from all bondage, free to work in harmony of law. Know ye, the future is never in fixation, but follows man's free will as it moves through the movements of time-space toward the goal where a new time begins. I know, though hidden in darkness, your soul, a spark of the true flame, exists. Be ye one with the greatest of all lights. Find at the source the end of thy goal. The soul of man moves ever onward, bound not by any one star, but ever moving to the great goal before him, where he is dissolved in the light of the all. Know ye that ye shall ever go onward, moved by the law of cause and effect, until in the end both become one. Mighty spirit of light that shines through the cosmos, draw my flame closer in harmony to thee. Lift up my fire from out of the darkness, magnet of fire that is one with the all. Lift up my soul, thou might and potent. Child of the light, turn not away. Draw me in power to melt in thy furnace, one with all things and all things in one. Fire of the life strain and one with the brain.
Everybody should do in their lifetime sometime two things. One is to consider death, to observe skulls and skeletons, and to wonder what it will be like to go to sleep and never wake up. Never. That is a very gloomy thing for contemplation, but it's like manure. Just as manure fertilizes the plants and so on, so the contemplation of death and the acceptance of death is very highly generative of creative life. You get wonderful things out of that. And the other thing to contemplate is to follow the possibility of the idea that you are totally selfish, that you don't have a good thing to be said for you at all. You're a complete, utter rascal. Now, when you go deeply into the nature of selfishness, what do you discover? You say, I love myself, I seek my own advantage. Now, what is the self that I love? What do I want? And that becomes an increasingly ever-deepening puzzle. Now, I've often referred to this when you say to somebody else, I love you. It's always rather disconcerting to the person to whom you say that, if you imply that you love them with a pure, disinterested, and holy love. They automatically suspect it as being a little bit phony. But if you say, I love you so much I could eat you, that's an expression, it's a way of saying to a person, you attract me so much that I can't help it. I'm absolutely bowled over by you, I'm gone. And people like that. Then they feel they're really being loved, that it's absolutely genuine. But now, I love you so much I could eat you. Now what the devil do I want? I certainly don't want to eat the girl in the sense of literally devouring her, because then she'd disappear. But I love myself. Now what is me? In what way do I know me? Well, it suddenly occurs to me that I know me only in terms of you. And that the main task of the psychotherapist is to do what he called to integrate the evil. To, as it were, put the devil in us in its proper function. Because you see, it's always the devil, the unacknowledged one, the outcast, the scapegoat, the bastard, the bad guy, you see, the black sheep of the family. It's always from that point that generation comes. In other words, in the same way as in the drama, to have the play, it's necessary to introduce a villain. It's necessary to introduce a certain element of trouble. So in the whole scheme of life, there has to be the shadow, because without the shadow there can't be the substance. So this is why there is a very strange association between crime and all naughty things and holiness. Well, you see, holiness is way beyond being good. Good people aren't necessarily holy people. A holy person is one who is whole, who has, as it were, reconciled his opposites. And so there's always something slightly scary about holy people. And other people react to them in very strange ways. They can't make up their minds whether they're saints or devils. And so holy people have throughout history always created a great deal of trouble, along with their creative results. Take Jesus, for example. Trouble that Jesus created is absolutely incalculable. Think of the Crusades, the Inquisition, heaven only knows what's gone on in the name of Jesus. Very remarkable. Freud's a big troublemaker. Jung had a tremendous humor. And he knew that nobody can be completely honest. That you will try and you'll have a great deal of success in exploring your motivations and your dark, unconscious depths. But there will be a certain point at which you will say, well, I've had enough of that. You know? Do you see how, in a strange way, there's a certain sanity in that? When a person indulges in a certain kind of duplicity, of deception, there is something, you all laughed when I said that, there was something humorous about it. And this humor is a very funny thing. Basically, humor is an attitude of laughter about oneself. There is malicious humor, which is laughing at other people. But real deep humor is laughter at oneself. Now, why fundamentally do you laugh about yourself? What makes you laugh about yourself? Isn't it because you know that there is a big difference between what goes on the outside and what goes on the inside? Now, I passed you around a lot of embroidery to look at before we started. And I'm perfectly sure that you got the point. That there's a big difference between the front and the back. In some forms of embroidery, the back is very different from the front because people take shortcuts. In the front, everything is orderly, and it is supposed to be kind of messy on the back side. See, which side will you wear? You've got to be sure you get the front in the front and the back in the back. The back has all the little tricks in it, all the shortcuts, all the lowdown that people don't acknowledge, see? And it's exactly the same with the way we live. You know, like sweeping the dust under the carpet in a hurry just before the guests come. I mean, we do ever so many things like that. And if you don't do it, if you don't think you do it, and you think, well, really, my embroidery is the same on both sides, see? Well, you're deceiving yourself. Because what you're doing is you're taking the shortcuts in another dimension, which you're keeping out of consciousness. Everybody takes the shortcuts. Everybody plays tricks. Everybody has in himself an element of duplicity, of deception. Because you see, from this point of view that I'm discussing, where the web is the trap, to be is to deceive. Think of camouflage, the chameleon who changes its color. Think of the butterfly pretending it has eyes. Think of the flower saying to the bee, like my honey? The bee says, wow. But then that means that the bee has to be, and it has to go on living, and all the trouble it takes to go around collecting honey and raising other bees and organizing itself and doing that dance which tells the other bees where there's more honey. There's all that stuff to do. But the flower was deceptive. Now, in the same way I've often said, life is a drama, and a drama is a deception. It's a big act. When you peel an onion and you don't really understand the nature of an onion, you might look for the pit in the center, like any ordinary fruit has. But the onion doesn't have a center. It's all skins. So when you get right down, there's nothing but a bunch of skins. You say, well, that was kind of disappointing. Well, in rather the same way, you see, you find when you explore yourself and your motivations, and you go through and through, and you try to find out that thing which is really genuine. So you explore the onion, and you go in and in and in, and then you find, well, it's all a deception. Now then the question arises, who's deceiving who? Who's fooling who? I'm fooling me? What is fooling? Fooling is playing like you're there when you're not. You know, getting somebody else to answer your name in the roll call. So, we're all, you see, this is the metaphysical basis of it. This is what the Hindus mean by Maya, the world illusion. The world is playing it's there when it isn't. And it's a trap. And it sucks you in. And you can't get out of it. And it's a thorough big trap, too. But always, when you get an idea like this or a feeling like this, follow it to its extreme. Don't back out from it. If you find you're selfish, go to the extreme of what selfishness means. Confusion largely results from not following feelings or ideas to their depth. You know, people think they want to be immortal. They'd like to live forever. Do you really want to do that? Think about it. Really go into it, what it would be like. People say they want this, that, and the other. They want this kind of car, they want this kind of dress, or so on, and this much money, and so on. It's always a good idea to think it right through. What it would involve to be in that situation, to have those desires fulfilled. Also, when you form a relationship to another person, think it through too. You see? How inconvenient would they be? However attractive. And always turn the embroidery round and look at the underside, but don't get caught doing it. See, that's something one does on the side in secret. Because otherwise you play the game that everything is as it's supposed to be on the front. But that makes you humorous, and that makes you human.
Daughter's too, man. Ain't you ever heard of amor fidelis? My daughter's too. Ain't you ever heard of amor fidelis?
You already...
For I am not everlasting, but a human being. A part of the whole as an hour is part of the day. Like an hour I must come, and like an hour pass away. I cannot escape death, but at least I can escape the fear of it. Death, therefore, the most awful of evils, is nothing to us, seeing that when we are, death is not come, and when death is come, we are not. This is what it means to have rehearsed the lessons one ought to rehearse, to have set desire and aversion free from every hindrance, and made them proof against chance. I must die. If forthwith, I die. And if a little later, I will take lunch now, since the hour for lunch has come, and afterwards I will die at the appointed time. We fear death. We shudder at life's instability. We grieve to see the flowers wilt again and again, and the leaves fall. In our hearts we know that we too are transitory, and will soon disappear. When artists create pictures and thinkers search for laws and formulate thoughts, it is in order to salvage something from the great dance of death, to make something last longer than we do. Death is as sure for that which is born, as birth is for that which is dead. Therefore grieve not for what is inevitable. You live as if you were destined to live forever. No thought of your frailty ever enters your head. Of how much time has already gone by, you take no heed. You squander time as if you drew from a full and abundant supply, though all the while that day which you bestow on some person or thing is perhaps your last. Death smiles at us all. All we can do is smile back. It is not death a man should fear, but rather he should fear never beginning to live. Choose to die well while you can. Wait too long, and it might become impossible to do so. The hour of departure has arrived, and we go our separate ways. I to die, and you to live. Which of these two is better? Only God knows. Do not act as if you had 10,000 years to throw away. Death stands at your elbow. Be good for something while you live, and it is in your power. Since every man dies, it is better to die with distinction than to live long. No one knows whether death is really the greatest blessing a man can have, but they fear it is the greatest curse, as if they knew well. Stop whatever you're doing for a moment and ask yourself, am I afraid of death because I won't be able to do this anymore? No evil is honorable, but death is honorable. Therefore, death is not evil. But death and life, honor and dishonor, pain and pleasure, all these things equally happen to good men and bad, being things which make us neither better nor worse. Therefore, they are neither good nor evil. Let us prepare our minds as if we had come to the very end of life. Let us postpone nothing. Let us balance life's books each day. The one who puts the finishing touches on their life each day is never short of time. Life is pleasant. Death is peaceful. It's the transition that's troublesome. You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think. The fear of death follows from the fear of life. A man who lives fully is prepared to die at any time. Perfection of character is this: to live each day as if it were your last, without frenzy, without apathy, without pretense. To study philosophy is nothing but to prepare oneself to die. Your time is limited, so don't waste it living someone else's life. Don't be trapped by dogma. which is living with the results of other people's thinking. Don't let the noise of others' opinions drown out your own inner voice. And most important, have the courage to follow your heart and intuition. They somehow already know what you truly want to become. Everything else is secondary. It is a curious thing, the death of a loved one. We all know that our time in this world is limited, and that eventually all of us will end up underneath some sheet, never to wake up. And yet it is always a surprise when it happens to someone we know. It is like walking up the stairs to your bedroom in the dark, and thinking there is one more stair than there is. Your foot falls down through the air, and there is a sickly moment of dark surprise as you try to readjust the way you thought of things. I must die. Must I then die lamenting? I must be put in chains. Must I then also lament? I must go into exile. Does any man then hinder me from going with smiles and cheerfulness and contentment? We cannot, after all, judge a biography by its length, by the number of pages in it. We must judge the richness of its contents. Sometimes the unfinisheds are among the most beautiful symphonies. Death is a stripping away of all that is not you. The secret of life is to die before you die, and find that there is no death. Bushido is realized in the presence of death. This means choosing death whenever there is a choice between life and death. There is no other reasoning. It is nothing to die. It is frightful not to live. Each night when I go to sleep, I die, and the next morning when I wake, I am reborn. Every man's life ends the same way. It is only the details of how he lived and how he died that distinguish one man from another. Do not use life to give life to death. Do not use death to bring death to life.
Actions contrary to the rules of human community.
The oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear.
This is cargo ship Kenchi. Request to tilt over.
The number of people now who are opening their minds to other possibilities is fantastic compared with how it used to be, I can tell you that. And in the end, you can do the sometime over the rainbow stuff, like I have been doing for 30 years. Look, this is the plan. This is what they want to introduce. This is where they want to go. They want to create global fascism, etc. But then when it goes, hello, then it concentrates the mind of people. And so instead of it being some kind of projection, it's in the here and now. It's easy to dismiss this is coming. Oh yeah, all right, mate, yeah, you're mad. But when it's here, it's much more difficult to dismiss it. I mean, lots of people can, of course, because they don't want to face what's actually happening. But lots and lots of people have gone, hold on a minute, the world's not like I thought it was. And it's got people to see that the forces they thought and the powers they thought were running this world, and to what end, is actually nothing like they thought it was. And this is the thing. Once the first domino's gone, the next one goes, the next one goes. And what I mean by that is, well, the world's not like I thought it was. I mean, look at what's going on. And the next question is, so what the hell else is not like I thought it was? The dominoes start to fall. And as those dominoes start to fall, people become more and more open to more and more, if you like, far out possibilities that they would have and did dismiss with a wave of the hand before. Because they have used what I've said about the fact that behind all this is a reptilian race and other non-human races to dominate by the reptilian. And that's what's driving this agenda from the hidden. Of course, that to mainstream society is so far out that the ridicule potential is almost limitless. And that's what they did. He's crazy, he's crazy. And then, as more and more starts to come out, and more people think, well, hold on a minute, maybe, just maybe, then stop associating me with that. Oh, don't give him credibility. I mean, I wrote about the reptilians for the first time in The Biggest Secret, which was 1997, I wrote it. And then another one, Children of the Matrix, which came out in 2001. And, you know, people look at what I said in the books and the talks over all these decades that is now happening. Well, I can tell them the same forensic research, the same skeptical research that went into pointing out that what is here with us now was coming, went into the whole reptilian thing. I'm not a kamikaze pilot. I only crossed the line to talk about something when the evidence has reached a point that to dismiss it would be ludicrous. And what is happening is, of course, if you said to people in early 2020 even, that what was going to happen in the world up to this point now was going to happen, they'd have laughed at you. So what it's done is teased open minds to say, well, actually, maybe we shouldn't dismiss things on face value. Maybe we should have a look at this. As they've tried to get a grip and a grasp on what is this all about? And then the big question, why is this agenda in all its forms so anti-human? Why are they demonizing the gas of life, CO2, without which we'd all be dead? Why are they trying to change human DNA so they're transforming the human genetic nature? Why are they attacking fertility? Why are sperm counts plummeting? And on and on and on and on. Why is it so anti-human? And then you say, well, what if the force behind it wasn't human? Wouldn't that start to make sense? And because of what's happened in the COVID era, instead of going, oh, no, lizard people, they're going, well, actually, I can see why you're saying that now.
This is Kazumi, requesting to undock. Over.
Kind of fear is fear of the unknown. Fear of the unknown is something that has been with mankind from the very beginning. Man's first instincts and emotions formed his response to the environment in which he found himself. The unknown, being likewise the unpredictable, became for our primitive forefathers an omnipotent source of boons and calamities visited upon mankind. The ancient Greeks believed in gods and goddesses who they thought had control over the world and of people's lives, and they prayed to these gods for help and protection, because if the gods were unhappy, they would punish them. As time went on, they started to seek explanations based on natural principles rather than gods as primary causes, and became the first natural philosophers, or what we now call scientists. Science has since then helped us explain many of these previously unknown phenomena, but it has also shown us how much still remains unknown in the vastness of the universe. Howard Phillips Lovecraft was an American writer of weird fiction, born in 1890, who introduced the unknown as the object of fear. The novelty of his approach lies in the exploration of new scientific areas in which the possibility of new unknown beings hiding among the stars arose. The vast, infinite cosmic depth produces an overwhelming emotion that paralyzes us. Alienation, insignificance, fear, anxiety, and madness are all recurring themes in Lovecraft's work, and which he experienced firsthand throughout his life. It is important then to know of his biography. Lovecraft was an insecure and anxious boy who suffered from frequent illnesses, many of them apparently psychological. When he was 3 years old, his father Winfield Scott Lovecraft was committed to a mental asylum after a psychotic episode and later died of syphilis. His mother, Sarah Susan Phillips Lovecraft, became overprotective of him, never letting him out of her sight. Lovecraft's maternal grandfather, Whipple Van Buren Phillips, became a father figure to him, introducing him to classical literature, poetry, and weird tales, and ironically, even helping him overcome his fear of the dark. He became the center of his entire universe. Lovecraft was a precocious youth. He was reciting poetry at age 2, reading at age 3, and writing at age 6 or 7. He became an avid reader, and he would spend most of his time in his private library. The death of his grandmother, Robbie, had a profound effect on him. It sent his family into a gloom from which it never fully recovered. His mother and aunt wore black dresses to mourn her death, and Lovecraft started having nightmares of beings referred to as night gaunts. They would snatch him up and carry him through infinite leagues of black air over the towers of dead and horrible cities until they would reach a grey void full of needle-like pinnacles of enormous mountains
North Africa, zone free from nuclear weapons and weapons of mass destruction, as it's stipulated in the Security Council resolution, and after the 2 sessions of the conference in accordance with the decision made in 2018 by the General Assembly of the UN, Russia participated in these forums as an observer, and we hope that Israel will join this process, and also the United States of America, co-author of the resolution about the zone free from the nuclear weapons. We also would like to enhance the Convention on the Prohibition of the Toxicological and Toxic Weapons to have a conference on these matters. We urge our partners to support Russian initiatives aimed at strengthening constitutional basis of this convention. We are deeply concerned, still deeply concerned by the situation in the OCWO, because that's the direct result of the destructive policy followed by the US and its allies in the vein of the rule-based world order policy that they propagate. They basically privatize this international institution, and now they use it for their geopolitical ambitions. Secretariat of OCWO is used by them openly to exert pressure to the governments they don't like, against whom they create a lot of unproved evidence. We don't want this organization to become a tool to achieve their own agenda. Dear colleagues, we come from the assumption that the conference can reverse the bad trends in the arms control areas, non-proliferation of arms areas, and also to help to enhance the international security and stability. To achieve this goal, we also have a Russian initiative to develop international convention to counter the biological and chemical terrorism, to strengthen the legal framework of countering terrorism. It's in the interest of all the states. If there is political will, the participants of the conference must overcome the differences and to find the common ground that will open up the avenue to resume the dialogue and negotiations. We still have a chance to do that. Hopefully, the 6 chairs of the conference of 2022 will make their contribution. Thank you for your attention, and all the best.
None of that goddamn fucking memory cards fucking work.
months of making careful, measured moves that failed to persuade Russia to halt plans to invade Ukraine, the United States and its European allies have tossed aside caution in favor of a more ruthless strategy. Over the weekend, Washington and its partners unveiled a raft of measures, from new weapons transfers to anti-corruption punishments to powerful sanctions on Russian banks to the shutting of the European Union's airspace to Russian flights, that are sure to make Moscow suffer economically even as it struggles to tame Ukraine militarily. Not only did once hesitant countries like Germany, shocked by images of a Russian assault on the Ukrainian capital, take the lead on certain fronts, but some of the penalties are directly aimed at Russian leader Vladimir Putin himself. At times, it was hard to keep up with all the announcements of new anti-Kremlin moves that landed in recent days, the sum of which was arguably historic in size and scope. Even some private companies and international sports organizations took steps to punish Russia. Countries friendly or neutral toward Moscow, meanwhile, largely stayed silent or are offering to help mediate an end to his latest attack on Ukraine. And Putin's hints that he might be willing to take the nuclear route didn't prompt any sudden kowtowing from his detractors. Continue reading. Topics for you. You may like. Arkansas launches new policy for cars used less than 49 miles /day. This game is so beautiful. If you have a computer, it's a must-have. Generic Viagra trademark symbol for as little as $2 / photos 68 years after husband vanished, she learns who he is. Ad. More for you. Copyright symbol 2022 Microsoft. Privacy and cookies. Terms of use. Advertise. Feedback. The planet has been through many natural disasters, including earthquakes, storms, volcanic eruptions, and tsunamis, all of which have caused irreparable damage. Do you believe that a natural catastrophe, an asteroid, war, or even a deadly virus could be capable of causing an apocalypse and completely destroying the planet as we know it? In the following gallery, discover famous predictions about the end of the world. Do you believe in the end of the world? The planet has been through many natural disasters, including earthquakes, storms, volcanic eruptions, and tsunamis, all of which have caused irreparable damage. Do you believe that a natural catastrophe, an asteroid, war, or even a deadly virus could be capable of causing an apocalypse and completely destroying the planet as we know it? In the following gallery, discover famous predictions about the end of the world.
Requesting
Well, we're not fighting demons. We're fighting your cell phone. Your cell phone and your computer routers read your mind when you're sleeping or when you're awake. How else do you think that predicts what you want to buy? Well, good night, folks. I'm gonna find a cool jam here, and we're calling it a night or morning or whatever. If you're gonna show me any music. What's that? That's classic. There's a duck. There's a deplorable duck from 7 days ago. Get fucking ready. Yeah, it was 7 days ago. Duck. Get ready for what? That's why I'm not. Not jumping the gun over anything. Okay. Showing me old stuff. What's this? So watch that later. ICC prosecutor to open probe into war crimes in Ukraine. Oh, Dan Woodward, the Stargate Project. Here, guys. Oh, shit. I had an idea. Mm-hmm. 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 Where did that go? I'll never find it again. Damn. That was live. Damn it.
It was somewhere
It's gonna be a
between
quick one.
1969
It's the
and
last one,
1971,
guys.
where it was found that the Soviet Union had been researching psychotronics, which is another term for parapsychology, or an extension of it, covering matters such as telepathy, Killian aura, bioelectric energy fields, radionics, out-of-body travel, and dowsing. Because so much money was going into the Soviet program, it raised red flags for the CIA. So SCAN8 was formed at the Stanford Research Institute in Menlo Park, California in 1972. It began with just a few empaths, who most of which were from the Church of Scientology. Those who had a 65% accuracy or better were trained to be psychic warriors. Now, this went on for years at Stanford. In 1977, it was Gondola Wish. Then in 1978, Project Grill Flame was formed in Fort Meade, Maryland. Then it became the INSCOM Center Lane Project. At this point, they were theoretically capable of teaching anyone to remote view for detailed and accurate data of a target. It then evolved into Project Sunstreak in 1985 and then Stargate in 1991. There are three parts to the project. One is the research unit, used to study and train remote viewers. Another is an operations unit, and the other is a foreign assessment. That takes that training and applies it in field. There are three remote viewing techniques used in the program. Coordinate remote viewing, in which viewers were asked what they saw at specific geographic coordinates. Extended remote viewing, which is done with relaxation and meditation. And written remote viewing, which is channeling and automatic writing. However, this was the most unreliable method of the three. Now, out of this program, they were able to produce some very interesting results. You can look into the details of those programs to learn more of the operation's success. What you will find is that in most of those operations, the remote viewer tends to get close, but they are often off. In other words, the primary use of a remote viewer for the military would be collecting intel that you cannot get from any other source. For example, in 1979, a remote viewer was used to provide information of a Soviet submarine and the day that it would launch, 100 days. The remote viewer described the submarine pretty accurately, but it turned out that the submarine was in fact two submarines of the same description that were launched in 120 days. Ultimately, the program came under final evaluation in 1995, which was published by the American Institutes for Research. And in that evaluation, they say, in the typical remote viewing experiment in the laboratory, a remote viewer is asked to visualize a place, location, or object being viewed by a beacon or sender. A judge then examines the viewer's report and determines if the report matches the target or alternatively, a set of decoys. In most recent laboratory experiments reviewed for the present evaluation, National Geographic photographs provide the target pool. If the viewer's reports match the target, as opposed to the decoys, a hit is said to have occurred. Alternatively, accuracy of a set of remote viewing reports is assessed by rank ordering the similarity of each remote viewing report to each photograph in the target set, usually 5 photographs. A better than chance score is presumed to present the occurrence of the paranormal phenomena of remote viewing, since the remote viewers had not seen the photographs they had described, or did not know which photographs had been randomly selected for a particular remote viewing trial. So after the evaluation, they concluded that even though there was a degree of accuracy, in most cases the information provided by the remote viewer was just not enough information to go on, they said. They did not receive actionable intelligence, they said. They couldn't take on any action on a target based on the intelligence coming from one of their remote viewers. They termed the information to be vague and ambiguous. In other words, the information was interesting, but there wasn't enough useful information given to help intelligence operations, or to continue on with the Stargate project. And the project came to a close in 1995. Now, the term remote viewing comes from what I have just discussed. It was a term coined by physicists Russell Targ and Harold Puthoff, parapsychology researchers at Stanford Research Institute, to distinguish it from clairvoyance. Here's the issue with the Stargate project. This went on from the 1970s to the mid-1990s, over 25 years. If the US government was not successful at what they were doing with remote viewers, they would have probably quit in 2 years. Why would they keep spending the money to fund the research, millions of dollars? They were already aware of its value otherwise. How would they know how to train people to do this? Basically, remote viewing is seen from a distance. This is solely for the purpose of gathering intel, aside from what the evaluation report revealed. Exactly how successful was this program? In a Vice interview, former remote viewer Russell Targ is asked, what were some of the secrets you helped uncover? An ex-cop named Pat Price was one of our most gifted viewers. He helped discover a Russian weapons factory where they were manufacturing a particle beam weapon to shoot down satellites. Another time, we looked in on a failed Chinese atomic bomb test. Ingo Swan was able to predict that the test would fail 3 days in advance, and that's exactly what happened. Also, we monitored the health of the American hostages in Iran and were able to accurately predict that one of the very sick people would be released immediately. A few days later, Vice Counsel Richard Queen was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis and set free. Another discovery was a downed Russian airplane in Africa that had Soviet codes and perhaps an atomic bomb on it. We found it in Africa before the Russians reclaimed it. Jimmy Carter commended us for it. One of the psychics we trained, Joe McMonigal, described a Soviet submarine under construction that was 500 feet long. The intelligence community thought it was crazy because it was 3 times bigger than any known submarine. He drew detailed pictures of what it looked like and how it would be launched. It was a Typhoon-class submarine, and we were the first ones to discover it half a year before it became operational. So here's the deal. I can understand the skepticism behind the existence of such a phenomenon, but that is simply due to one's level of understanding. How does your cell phone work? How are you talking to someone or even video chatting with someone who may be on the other side of the planet in virtually real time? Most people would have to stop and go and find out how all that works, but most people have just accepted that it does work. You are an earthling and are connected to the earth in more ways than one. And because you are connected to the earth, you are also connected to everything the earth is connected to, and that is the stars. So, back in the Stargate project, everybody thinks they're looking to gather intel for defense, when at the same time they're using remote viewers to explore Mars. Not only are they remote viewing Mars, but are remote viewing spacecraft, UFOs. Now, once they realize that people can actually do this, to some degree, their goal has always been to strengthen that ability because they are thinking many steps ahead. In other words, not only were they experimenting with remote viewing, but they were experimenting with psychic remote control. They wanted to be able to remote view a location, like a submarine, and have the ability to mess with the electronics psychically from a remote location. So the military could just dial up their on-call remote viewer and say, hey, here are some coordinates. We need you to view and shut down the power. And that is what this all amounts to, folks. That was their goal. Remote power. Not just in the present, but across time and space. Think about this. Imagine being able to remote view something like a submarine while it is still in development, and using psychoenergetics electronically cause the sub to malfunction before it is finished being built. Because one of the other things that occurs at times when someone is remote viewing, they are actually predicting the future in some cases. Did the Stargate project move its operations into the shadows underground? Probably not. As we can see from history, it has the reputation of being code-named something else entirely. There is more to come, more to view. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Be sure to visit woodwardentertainment.com and the Woodward Entertainment Store. You can follow me on Instagram at JAEWoodward. That's all for now, but until next time, as always, stay awake, stay aware, stay safe, and I'll talk to you all soon.
All right, good night, guys. Say good night because I'm cutting the stream here before it gets to 4 hours. We've been doing this for 4 hours. I didn't even get around to all my shit. Yeah, we're gonna cover some more. We're gonna cover actually a lot more. But the links are in my community post. The links are in my community post, and of course they're in the chat here. So whoever is free to explore